But p.m. and we will call to order this meeting of the City of San Antonio City Council's Redistricting Advisory Committee. We will have a roll call.
Chair, before the roll call vote, I'll just go over some frequently asked questions we like to address so that the advisory committee has asked me many moons ago to start doing before we start these meetings, and there's a couple of housekeeping items I want to address before the roll call as well. So the first is the city's redistricting process addresses city council precincts. It is not the state, the federal, or school district process for redistricting. This is exclusive to city council districts. The city council redistricting process does not impact city services like access to libraries, senior centers, parks, trash pickup, etc. It also does not impact response time from emergency services such as fire, police, and EMS. And those are available in a packet we provide to the public at each meeting with frequently asked questions, but those have been highlighted throughout this process, and we'd like to say at the beginning. For housekeeping, there are pups that might be the bane of committee members' existence. They must be lit green. Please, again, they must be kept lit green. So if you do not want it around you, I will not be offended, but do not mute it. This is what helps us get audio to YouTube. We have people viewing us on YouTube. All meetings have been streamed on YouTube, are recorded, and then uploaded to both as they speak up and as they bear count me in. So please, it's important to keep the audio going. At each committee member's table, there is also a microphone that if it is red, and most of them should be red, that is good, that means you're on mute. It is for the room. It is for the room to hear you because in the past we've had issues with members of our public who join us for the meeting not being able to hear us when we don't have that amplification. So please, it's a lot to remember, but please unmute the mic so that the members of the room can hear you. If it's green, it's not on mute. If it's red, it's on mute. We ask that members of the public please refrain from approaching advisory committee members and chairs. We are in an active meeting. Does not say please do not talk to them. They are meant to engage with the public. That is part of their role here. But during the meeting, please allow them to engage in the meeting with full attention. So with that said, I will start roll call vote, if that's okay, Chair. And I believe we have one advisory committee member joining us by phone, so I will pause longer for that member to join. And for that member, it is *6 if you're joining us by phone to mute and unmute. From District 1, Teresa Vargas Wyatt. Here. Present. District 1, Jordan Gowie. District 2, Dwayne Robinson. Present. District 2, Deborah Frost. Present. District 3, Rebecca Viudan. And Chair, she did email me earlier that she would be slightly late to this meeting, but not here now. I'll mark her when she arrives. District 3, Frank Garza. Present. District 4, Eloy LeCue. Present. District 4, Miguel Sepulveda. Present. District 5, Elma Peña. Present. District 5, Amy Castelli. Present. District 6, John E. Banez. Present. District 6, Luis Gomez, appearing by proxy, Mike Corbin. Present. District 7, Lisa Marie Gomez.
Present.
District 7, Francis Gonzalez. District 8, Laura Garza. Present. District 8, John Kelly. Present. District 9, Larry Lamborn. Present. District 9, Hollis Brizard. Present. District 10, John Clamp. District 10, Carlton Soul. Shelley Potter. Present. Bonnie Prosser Elder. Present. Dr. Rogelio Sainz. Present. And Chair, we have a quorum.
Good afternoon. Well, actually, it's evening. Good evening. This is the Redistricting Advisory Committee's 14th meeting and 8th opportunity for map drawing. On April 4th, the Advisory Committee approved Committee Draft Plan 1, and on May 10th, the Advisory Committee approved the final proposed plan pending cleanup to reconcile the Advisory Committee's map with the 2022 Bexar County voter precinct. Cleanup concluded at the previous meeting on May 31st. We anticipate taking the final proposed plan to City Council on Thursday, June 16th, 2022. However, we will have a citizen's opportunity for public comment, and I do want to reiterate the comment that was made by the City Attorney's Office about allowing the committee members to be actively engaged in the meeting and not approach them during the meeting. This is this portion of the meeting, the public comment, is the opportunity for the citizens here tonight to provide their commentary to this committee. And so, with that,
okay, the first item on today's agenda is public comment, and individuals have a total of 3 minutes to speak. A maximum of 2 individuals can give their time to one person so that the group can have a maximum of 9 minutes. Comments that do not pertain to agenda items are not permitted, and the chair may, after asking the speaker to stay on topic, move on to the next member of the public signed up to speak. And we will ask staff to begin by reading the comments submitted by email, voicemail, and as they speak up before we call upon those in attendance today.
Chairs, before I read the written comments submitted by email and through as they speak up, I will note that any members of the public who are joining us today, there is a sign-in sheet in the far corner of the room. Please sign in. There's also a column to speak if you would like. I'm holding one of the sheets, and there is a great number here, which makes us all very happy, because this is supposed to be a public, transparent process, so you being part of here is critical to this process. However, only one person wrote maybe. I'm going to venture to guess that might be wrong, so I'm going to ask if my co-part over here can take it back to the corner, and if you remember signing up, but maybe you didn't want to speak, that's fine, but if you did, I don't want to skip you and not give you the opportunity to speak, so we're going to take it back. If you would like to double check and make sure you signed up to speak. Written comments. The first comes from Valerie Reifert from District 9. It says, please keep Breckenridge Park and the San Antonio Zoo in District 2. In an area where a community is without a nearby hospital, it is time to add to D2 and stop subtracting from this area. Beth Alvarez, District 2. It would be a huge disappointment to remove Breckenridge Park out of District 2 for them to develop it more. As a resident living in District 2, I would like it to stay in District 2. Stephen Amber, District 2. Hello, I strongly believe that the district map should leave Breckenridge Park in both Districts 1 and 2. The park needs all the attention it can get from the 2 neighborhoods that border it. Signed, Stephen Amber. Next comment, name was not provided, no council district, but a zip code was provided, or it will be on the post-meeting minutes. The comment states, please put Breckenridge Park and the zoo in District 1. District 1 residents are the most affected by events in the park, Sunken Gardens, the Whitney, and the zoo. Next comment comes from Debbie Reed, no district given. Wants Breckenridge Park to stay in Districts 1 and 2. Comment from Craig Lee, no district given. Keep the park in District 2. The last written comment is from Millie Devno, no district given, says, glad the city is taking into account what citizens think, especially on this subject. Breckenridge Park has great historical value to all of San Antonio and would have better representation on what changes and development happens at the park if the park remains shared between D1 and D2. 2 heads are better than 1. Let's keep it a joint venture. For those signed to speak, forgive me if I mispronounced your name. I will ask that you, when you come to the podium, please state your name and what district you are representing or what district you live in. And I will call the first person to speak and the next 2 so you know you're in the queue. I apologize. Laro De Leon? Mr. De Leon, you are first. You're going to be followed by Eric Estrada, and then Paul Israel? So, Mr. De Leon, you are first.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a hot day. The reason that I'm here, and I know I'm running behind the bus, is because there was a census that was taken, and it wasn't done right to start up with. And even when you said that this don't apply to different things that normally you would have to do, but federal laws do require that you go ahead and comply with some of the articles. You even have it listed here that you cannot separate a neighborhood. Los Jardines Neighborhood Association, by the way, my name is Lauro De Leon, and I represent District 6. And so actually, if you don't comply with those, you're actually violating federal laws. This would bring me to say that Los Jardines is a very unique neighborhood. It was funded by people that would go out to work out in the fields, and then they would come back, bring that equity or money and spend it, and that's what brought San Antonio up to what it is right now. And that's for the entire west side too. I mentioned that our part of town is the underdogs of the city. If you're going to build a project, it's a less project, so they have to cut on the money that you spend on it. If we build sidewalks, we put telephone poles in them, and this will actually hurt the neighborhood because there's three west sides, the immediate west side, the middle west side, and the far west side. Now, District 6 has part of that west side, and they even talk to the people up there, the far west side, which have all the entities, and tell them, you know, this part of town has long been neglected, so we are going to provide funds for District 6. Now, if you live in District 5, most of the Commerce Enrique Barrera corridor is rated 1.0. So actually, compared to 281, which is about 81, and this is a problem that we have with this neighborhood. So I suggest that you people look at it. I know it's been a long haul for you, and we're at the end of this project, but try to get us a unified neighborhood. Thank you.
Eric Estrada, followed by Paul Israel, and then after Paul is Hector Santos.
Good evening. My name is Eric Estrada, and I am the president of Los Jardines in District 6. I have addressed the committee here several times at previous meetings. First of all, Los Jardines has made it clear that we do want to stay at 6. That is the preference. However, as mentioned in previous meetings, we are open to a split compromise. That being said, when that was proposed, we were ignored yet again. It seems to me that anytime a resident up here comes up with any kind of input, the majority of the time, that input is ignored. Some people do listen, but the majority of people ignore those comments. We had brought up why we are a community of interest and why we shouldn't be taken out of the district. Our reps listened to us, but others chose not to listen. I would like to point out that last week, the District 2 community made a similar arguments that we have been making this whole time. The co-chairs supported them, but at our previous meeting, those same co-chairs voted against Los Sardinas. I feel this process has been really rushed. There's like a need to, you guys get out of here, get it done. I understand that was a long process, but the thing is, it feels really rushed, and you can tell there's mistakes that are being made, okay? Just look at the previous meeting. There was a lot of voting issues, caused a lot of confusion. People are like, what's going on here? Okay, that brings up a lot of issues there. That made me feel uneasy. I don't know how you guys are voting, but that process, I don't know. That really made me feel uneasy. And you can imagine how other residents feel about that. This attempt at being transparent is not very transparent. It was more just convenient, okay? This process could have been done a lot better, and I know the committee here meant well, but I just think the idea was flawed. And I hope next time, when this happens 10 years from now, this is revisited, all the mistakes are looked at, and this process can be better improved. That being said, I'd like to thank those that have listened to us, that have listened specifically to Los Sardinas, and that you keep supporting us and keep fighting for us one last time. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you for your time.
Next is Paul Israel, followed by Hector Santos and Phyllis Newman.
Good evening. First off, let me start by saying, let me be one of the individuals that might not stick to the guidelines here. And I'm going to say why. To the individual, before any of us showed up, even though I'm very happy that everybody was able to get their sustenance and nutrition, but one individual specifically said, I'm here for the grub only. So what's more important to you? Is it the people? Is it the city? Or is it what the city can give you when nobody's listening? Now, I'm going to tell you, like I told you in the last meeting, you should be ashamed of yourself. The ancestors, if they were here, would be ashamed of you. You should have some kind of scrutiny of what you're trying to change with Brackenridge, but you don't. The one thing I want to point out here is if you think that taking a part that once again we have preached, we have told you is historical, take your hands off of it. Your funding is not needed to come from the park. You can make it seem like there are subjects that have nothing to do with funding here. But each councilman, each councilwoman has ties to funding within those districts that you know darn well you can pull from for your traffic reasons, for your sidewalk reasons, for whatever your rezone reasonings are. Keep this park in District 2. Keep it in District 2. Stop playing games with the people of District 2. You promised the people way too much of District 2, only to pull your hands back every time. It's almost like you're trying to wave a carrot in front of a donkey's face. Is that what you think the people are? You think that we're some kind of animals where you can laugh at behind our backs? You come to these meetings, you're here for the grub. You're not here for the people. I see you're laughing and you're snickering from some of y'all, and I don't appreciate it. Now, you wanted to actually wake the people up thinking that the people weren't going to come to the right building. We were meeting across the street before. You changed the meeting to this building. And when you changed the meeting to this building, you must have thought people weren't going to show up. Now, I'm going to tell you this. You wanted people radical? You woke up the unshakables. The unshakables, the young generation, my generation is here now. And they're gonna start banging on these doors, banging on these podiums and telling you, you better change your decision, because if you don't, you're gonna start meeting friction. And if you wanna call it what you want, threats or whatever, you can keep that, because these are promises. The people are sick and tired of your fake, invalid promises. The city has stood by too long while everybody that benefits in these different districts keeps the secrets. The secrets still come out. Remember they say, what is done in the dark comes to the light? The light's been shining on a lot of your mistrust, your deceit, a lot of the things that you promise the people that you actually take back, you never even give. Why is the West Side, why is any part of the West Side still behind in any type of work? Why is the East Side behind any type of work that you promised us? Now, I'm tired of your games. And you think that one individual just coming here as a citizen? I have resources for every person in this city, every advocate, every person of color that's an entrepreneur. And if you think that they're not standing by waiting for those phones to ring for them to show up, you're sadly mistaken. Now, before I get off this podium, you remember, the next meeting that you come to, it's good that the chef in this building or whatever building wants to feed everybody, give them sustenance. But don't you dare come to this meeting and let me or any of my group hear you that you're here for the grub. You better be here for the people. Power to the people. And not just the black people, not just the brown people, but the people that support each other. Did you forget that, San Antonio? Did you forget what San Antonio was built on? Like the gentleman that I met at the beginning of this meeting said, you're forgetting something here. The place of San Antonio was built on immigrants. It was built by slaves. I told you once before, I'm a Canary Islander. I'm a descendant of. Don't you dare sit up here and think that they didn't know, and the ancestors that came after didn't know how historical Brackenridge Park is and was even then. Don't forget that we went to that park when there could be no other place we could go to, no other place my ancestors could go to, no other place that they were welcomed to. You're forgetting, as they say in the phrase, you're forgetting where you're from. And if the thing that you're forgetting where you're from, are you from San Antonio? And if you are, let me ask you, are you a Spurs fan? Because you sure will cheer on the black Spurs team. You sure will cheer on the Spurs team that brings money to the city, but you won't try to go and pull the funding from the right places to not take from the places that you already promised. We're sick and tired of it. We're sick and tired, I'm going to say it the third time. We're sick and tired of it. Whoever is looking to approve this, you're going to start getting letters, phone calls, knocks at your doors, whether it's council doors, whether it's city chamber doors. We're going to start meeting you with the exact same force that you want to meet with us. Whether there's a lack of, we're going to push that issue. Until you make the decision to stop playing with our parks, stop playing with our people, stop playing with our funding, stop playing with our children in this city. It's time to wake up. You got the unshakables now.
Hector Santos, followed by Phyllis Newman and Rose Hill.
Committee members, Mayor Ponies. I'm not going to be saying very much other than what I've said 4 times. This is my 4th meeting. I know you guys are tired of all these meetings, but I just want to say that my name is Hector Santos. I'm the president of EYAA, which is Edgewood Youth Athletic Association. We have over 500 families participating in our year-round programs there to get these kids off the street. The first 2 times I came, I asked for committee members to hear us. You all pass our flyers to say, speak up. I get emotional and stuff like this. Excuse me. When we're speaking up, the 3rd time in Bundonis Center, I pleaded with you all. Today, I'm going to beg you to hear the people talk, the squeaky hinge, the people that come to these meetings and try to convince you, the committee members, to put a plan together that's good for all, not just for a few. I don't know, I have organizations like Regina Mendoza, she's the president of Alamo City Jaguar, Pop Warner football organization. I have Naja, Young Minutemen from Memorial High School area district. I have Good Pony under our umbrella. These are all groups of people, youth groups, that try to do good for the kids. And we have a good rapport with Council District 6, and we want to stay there. Because if we get moved to District 5, God bless Ms. Castillo, but she's not going to be listening to us because she just got elected, and she's going to have to take care of all the people that got her elected. She doesn't know our organization and what we stand for, what we try to do there. So we're going to be set back another 4 or 5 years. I've been there volunteering for 33 years for the purpose of getting these kids off the street. So again, I'm going to beg you to please. The Ron Donner meeting, they proposed a small change that would get the Fine Arts, Cuella Park, and Old Highway 90 to keep those in District 6. So I'm going to beg you to please do that. Thank you.
Phyllis Newman, followed by Rosel. Is there anyone else that's ceding their time to you? Name? Maria de la Garza. And so that. I'm sorry. So these are for seating time to Rosel, and there's a maximum of 3 for a total of 9, and she's at that now? Yeah, she has her, you are situated, yes ma'am. Very quickly, I'm very sorry. After her, Sylvia Alanis, if you wish to.
Good afternoon, my name is Rose Hill, and I'm here today to ask this committee, that I see today, maybe it's the full committee, that I didn't see the last part, to please reverse the decisions you have made. The reason I'm telling you that is because I am a registered parliamentarian, and I'm very, very disappointed on the proper procedures that were not followed at that last meeting. Motions being put on the table, and somebody directing the votes from the back of the room. That was uncalled for. Members of the committee, this person, and y'all know who I'm talking about, I don't have to mention their name, was going around and soliciting and lobbying the committee members on how to vote, right in front of us. How obvious could that be? Very sad. Even members of your own committee were questioning the voting process. Was it 2/3 vote? Was there a quorum? Even during discussion, a vote was trying to be made, couldn't be finalized. Then a friendly motion was made. Y'all were all over the place. Nobody could find out a process. Even the attorneys they were having a hard time scrambling for the votes. So I'm asking you to reverse that decision. On May the 10th, y'all decided to remove Brackenridge Park from District 2. No community input whatsoever. I want to remind you that this whole process, redistricting process, has to do with the balancing numbers amongst the districts. District 2 fell way below that. So here, ladies and gentlemen, it's not about the numbers, it's not about the people, it's about the money. Come on. The 2017 bond money and 2022 bond money is what we're looking at going over to Brackenridge Park. There's a lot of money to be made here. And it's very sad. Es una vergüenza that we have to look down at the people of our district in San Antonio to say that actually it's about the money and not the people. What happened? What happened to our cities? I've been a community leader for 30 years, and never have I ever been so embarrassed to see how our city directed y'all, the committee here, because the attorney should have called that automatically and said proper procedure wasn't being followed. That's why you have lawyers. That's why when motions are on the floor, you make sure that there's a motion, there's a second, there's discussion, but that somebody from the back of the room is not interrupting that motion. So that vote should be automatically voided. It should be automatically voided. And many of you that were there, y'all know what I'm talking about, because I got 3 times in the back of that room, and I said parliamentary procedure wasn't being followed. But again, we're just people. So today, I want to ask you, I don't understand. When I served on the 2017 bond committee, my councilman said, I want to appoint you 3 people because I trust y'all from your hearts to do the right thing for your community. And that's what we did. We talked to the community. We asked them what they needed. And then we worked with all the other 9 council districts. But not once were we told and were we lobbied to come in and vote the way you need to get the vote through. That's a shame. And if this person, whoever lobbied y'all, is getting paid, that's even more of a shame. Because that person is going up the ladder to try to see what position he may get in council or where he's going at. He's appointee of the mayor, I understand that. But that was wrong what happened. And it makes, that one person makes every one of you look bad, even though you're not at fault. He represented it, and you have a chairperson running the room, but it wasn't the chairperson that was running the room. It was that individual in the back lobbying people. That's unacceptable. I want to tell you the ways I think this was violated. First of all, y'all are failure to notify the public of the vote. The media apparently is not here today. Today they were told across the street, so they didn't show up. Predominantly, everybody that's come in to speak on this, it's being left to deaf ears. Again, vote with your heart, not with somebody else telling you to do. We're the people. We're the ones that voted our councilmen in. We are the reason why those council people, every one of those council districts that put y'all in these committees, were there because the constituents, it's because of us they got a job. We're the taxpayers. We're paying their salaries. But nobody's listening to us. When are we going to come together and not be divided? We hear about it at the city council chambers, the mayor and all of them saying, oh, the community is input's important. SA speak up's important. If that's the case, then what are we doing here today? We are here today to fight for what's right. Something was taken away from us. It may mean to a lot of people, it may not be a lot. It's a park, about the birds, about the streets, about the sidewalks, about the walls, but it's more than that. It's about passion, about working together. We are a community. Whether you're black, white, yellow, green, or whatever, we're diversity. We come together in District 2. So I tell you today, I'm asking you and I'm pleading with you for you to go back. If y'all hadn't seen that vote, you in your own conscience tell yourself, was that a valid vote? And people abstaining and then changing their votes, there's just something wrong. There's something totally wrong. And if you can sit here and with your conscience and say that was correct, because anybody sitting there saying this was total corruption. Total corruption. And it should be addressed. And shame on that person that did it all, because he made y'all all look bad for those that weren't there. So I'm asking that hopefully someone today will make a motion on the floor today and will amend that vote that y'all did and take it back. Take it back and give us Breckenridge Park back. When those monies came in, the voters of San Antonio, when they told us to go back in 2017 and I was on that bond committee, we asked everybody wholeheartedly, we need money for that park. It's a shame the way our park is neglected. Look at Hartburger Park. They built a bridge over Hartburger Park for the deer. And here we are trying to kill the birds and not move the walls and remove so many trees. And all we're asking for is to fix our park up, because we deserve it. We deserve to have a nice park. That's the only landmark, historical landmark that we have. And you want to take it away from us. Well, we're not going to take that. Today I ask and I beg you to reverse that decision, because it's not going to stop here. We're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to fight because we're going to take back what's rightfully ours.
Ms. Alanis, did you want to use your time? It's Sylvia Alanis. Sorry, Sylvia Alanis. And she is followed by Sarah Clark. Okay. And then after Mr. Clark, I apologize. It looks to be just a first name. Eloise? Nope. Does anyone believe that's them? Raise your hand. No? No, it definitely does not. Matilda Torres? Matilda Torres? There is no Alicia. Matilda Torres? But you want to defer your time to her? Is that what you're, okay, I'm gonna allow, have Ms. Alanis, I'll go and talk to you on the corner. Ms. Alanis, you have 3 minutes. You could just give your name.
My name is Sylvia Alanis, District 2, Eastgate Neighborhood Association President for 15 years. I was going to give my 3 minutes to Ms. Rose Hill. She's our president from District 2 President's Roundtable. We all feel, she was speaking for all 32 presidents that are involved in the District 2 President's Roundtable. We all have the same ideas. Whatever she spoke, she is very passionate. That's why we voted her in as president. But I wanted to speak to the members that are voting this issue for the Breckenridge Park. District 2, I don't know how this came about, but District 2 is not giving it away. Why do you want to take something that we're not giving it away? You know, we're saying no. The people are saying no. These 32 presidents on the District 2 roundtable are saying no. Okay, so who are you working for? I know that I work for the residents in my neighborhood because they voted me in. And like your parents, your family members, me, I represent my neighborhood. Whatever they want, this is what I come and speak for them. But for the board members, if you just sit down and look at the maps, it's not the same as going on location and see how it divides. And I don't want to tell you your job, but for right now, I'm saying what Ms. Rose is saying, that District 2 is not giving it away. Thank you.
And then the ladies in the back, and I know what order you're going in.
Good afternoon. My name is Clark. I'm a resident of District 2 as well as a community advocate. I'm not going to say anything here today that you all don't know and that you all haven't heard, but I am here to speak in favor of keeping Breckenridge Park in District 2. I ask that you all go back and reconsider this vote. This District 2 is, Breckenridge Park is very important to this district, and I can promise you that if this park is removed from this district, we will not stop there. We will continue to organize and mobilize in every way possible to hold every single member who voted in favor of this removal accountable. We will go to City Hall and ask for you to be removed from your appointment, and we will not stop. So I'm here to speak in favor of the reversal of your decision, and I hope that you will go back and reconsider. Thank you very much.
Next we have Alicia, is it Garcia? Scarlock. That is not anywhere near Garcia. Thank you, Ms. Scarlock. And then after Ms. Scarlock, it's Matilda Torres.
And somebody has a video.
Yes, they are getting ready right now, and I'll, let's just wait, we can put it that way.
They're working on the video. I'm actually from District 6, but Breckenridge Park is a people's park. It is our central park. It involves everybody from every district, from all corners of the world come to Breckenridge Park. And removing it from District 2 to put in at District 1 kind of doesn't sit well with us. We know there's a lot of money to be made. They want to develop the park. They want to take out 100 trees, put in some concrete-laden venue. And we know with 105-degree weather that it's going to be hot as hell. And we need trees. Anyway, he's working on the video over there that I put together because Brackenridge Park is a people's park, but it also started with a history of displacement of indigenous people. It is a history of segregation. That pool that was there was supposed to be whites only back in the day. Here we are, modern day, segregation again. You're trying to displace a people. The east side, is it because of the color of the people that you want to take it from them? I mean, you don't ask for a lot. But Yanawana Spirit Waters is Brackenridge Park. Sorry, I have to listen. You're not showing the video. There you go. Wait, there you go. It is an indigenous connection, has a history with indigenous people. It is a sacred area. It is part of the creation story, which you'll hear from my friend Matilda in a little bit. But people have gone to that river. These trees are hundreds of years old. That part of our city wants to cut down. They are historic. They are part of this creation story with the indigenous people. And you want to take it out of a district that is colored. I mean, this is our park. And you want to affect the history by moving it to a different district? Does it have to do with color? I mean, who's going to profit if you move it out of District 2? Because obviously you're going to take it from the people if you make it private. But this site has been used by indigenous people for, 12,000 years, I think is what it says online. But the trees in a city with moderate air quality, moderate non-attainment, we kind of need those trees. And if you've been outside today, it's 105 degrees. It is enough to cause somebody to have heat stroke. And all those trees along the river that you want to cut down to make that place a private venue, I mean, is that why District 1 wants it in their district? Are they going to profit from it? Somebody's going to profit. But obviously not the people. The people of San Antonio who are, by right, the stakeholders of our city, because we pay our property taxes that just went up. Sales tax revenue, CPS revenue pays for our city to be run. And I am in opposition of taking Brackenridge from District 2. I think this park, as it is, should be shared by all districts because it is our central park. And we've already done enough segregation and displacement of people in our history, the history of our city. That master plan, not what we want. Leave our park alone. Leave the districts as they are. 2 districts are better than one in this historic park that is our history and the future of our city. Are we really going to keep destroying everything? If you've been to the park lately, there's a sewer leak that's been on the ground for 3 days, since Sunday, and they have not fixed it. And if they can't even fix a sewer leak that's a toxic health hazard to people, then why would changing it help it be any better? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. And after Ms. Torres is Mr. Fonseca with 6 minutes. Janie Fonseca is ceding time to him.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Matilde Torres, and I am indigenous to this land. So I'm here speaking on behalf of my ancestors and the Lipan Apache Band of Texas. And so I've been sharing the creation story, and just one of the things that Alicia mentioned, there is a creation story that ties to a cosmology, right, to this land, to the birthplace of San Antonio. And, the creation story is that the water bird flew into the blue hole. It encountered the blue panther. When it encountered the blue panther, the water bird flew out immediately, and from, droplets of water from its tail and feathers, that's how life came to be to this region. So, what I'd like to share also is how Alicia mentioned in that video of, you know, that star or that blue hole is a star in the sky, Vecta. It also connects to other three stars, which is those other three springs right along I-35. We've heard of Austin, San Marcos, New Braunfels, and San Antonio, the Blue Hole. And that is part of, and so work has been done, and it has also been in an article of the Society of American Archaeology, and there's another article coming out towards this end of this year of Texas Archaeology. At the end of October. So what they've done is they took pieces of the rock art. This is Carolyn Boyd, and many of you heard of the white shaman. It's at the Whitney. And so pieces of the rock art was superimposed on a map of Texas where they used GIS, pointing those, aligning those four springs that I just mentioned. There are four stars in the sky, part of a constellation of the Ursa Major. So that blue hole or that star connects to the river of San Antonio. And that is why that river of San Antonio is the life, the death, and the afterlife. You can't build something on that birthplace. Those birds continue and will continue to tell that story because it is part of a cosmology. We have forgotten what a river is. It is no different than the Amazon River. It is no different than the Niles River. We have it here in San Antonio, and we must protect and respect and honor what we have there. And that none of that has been done at Breckenridge Park. It has been neglected. It has been just, you know, nothing's been done to that park. Nothing. So one of the things that I like to point out on that white shaman, how those four springs along I-35, there's your bird. That's the constellation of Phoenix. The black, that is the river, that is the constellation in the sky of Eridanus. That is what we have here, right behind of the Whitty. So I'm hoping that you guys, or, you know, District 1, District 2, it belongs to all. You know, it's a park for everyone. It doesn't matter what district it is. But we need to honor what we have here and respect and protect. And these birds, the way they've been harassed, and just to remove these trees like they're nothing, you know, they mean life. They've given life to us, and that's what they're here for. They continue to give life to us, you know. We lost the spring. That blue hole doesn't even flow anymore. That's the first thing that we lost. No, let me correct that. Our people were displaced. Our people. Then the spring. You know, then the neglection of that park. Now the birds are being harassed and killed. What else? What else? You know, we can't even have water in the blue hole because we'd rather have the water in the golf courses or anywhere else. We don't even have our living waters, you know, flowing through our city. The living waters. Have we forgotten what the living waters are? Those are the spirit waters. Maybe we need a place there, you know, at that pump house, you know, to educate the people how our people saw this river. This river was more than just a resource. Everything to our people were more than just a resource. We need to get back to that knowledge. You know, I'm not sure what your religion is, you know, but maybe open up that Bible book again, you know, and listen to what that Bible book has to say. Thank you.
Mr. Frank Fonseca, with 6 minutes. I assume your spouse would like to give her time to you. I didn't verify, but I imagine that's correct. Yes, okay, good. Graciela Sanchez is following Mr. Fonseca, and then after Graciela would be Oscar Fitz.
I don't mean to come up here and bore you all again with what I've been preaching about our area. Y'all heard Breckenridge, y'all heard West Side. Well, ours is just home precinct. That's all it is. And like I said before, the issue of us getting flipped back and forth every 10 years. And I think that's an issue with the Constitution. And I think we're not being equally represented like we should as taxpayers of the city and this country. That's what and all we're asking is just to stay this one time. Maybe in 10 years, it can flip us back to District 1. Keep us at District 7. And that's all I'm asking. The numbers, and I attached them to my first submittal in the back. The first thing that popped up at me was the average district population that was calculated out based on the census. First thing I noticed was that District 7 was right there, probably 1 or 2% off. It was right there, and I told my wife, they don't have to touch it. Why mess with it? It's there. It's right on the number. But then I heard that Monticello Heights, Jefferson, Maverick were in, and I'm sure some other neighborhoods. All of a sudden, there's a map that got issued, and those were represented in that map. So Monticello, Jefferson, and those other ones got back into District 7, except Maverick, like before. And like I said, I'm looking at the numbers. I'm not an engineer, but I've been in the engineering field for 50 years, and I know numbers. And I'm going like, why create more work? The number's already there. I would have just totally leave it alone and mess around with the other ones or whatever we need to do. That was what I was looking at. And I don't know what happened. So that's what I'm asking for. And I know you already voted on it, and it's on the map, and it's probably written in stone. But that's our issue. And not to minimize the issue of Brackenridge Park or the issue of athletic association, because I coached youth sports in my area for 16 years, 17 years. It came out AD for St. Paul. I've been in that area too. And I know the issues, but I think ours is more has to do with the Constitution. Unequally and unfairly represented for at least for the last 30 years, every decade, every census. So that's my point. And I want to reiterate the fact that the number was already there. If you go to the original numbers, why mess with them? So that's what I'm here about. And I'm gonna step aside a little bit and go to my sidebar. I was part of the Parks and Recreation Board for 6 years under Chris Medina, and I've always thought to myself, why are all the parks under council people? Why aren't the parks by themselves, stand alone? And all 10 districts will support every park. I always thought that. I thought it was a fair thing to do because a park belongs to everybody. Woodlawn in particular, because Woodlawn has always been our issue in District 7. But that's just something, so food for thought, take it back to your council, take it back to wherever, maybe it'll alleviate some of the issues. But I've always thought parks should be everybody and not under a district, in particular that park would belong to whoever. So, I just wanted to step that out what I had in my mind because I know I'll lose my train of thought. The numbers that I mentioned again, I don't want to bore you all again. I just want to make sure that you all are getting my point. Is that the numbers originally from our council, from our precinct, should have never been messed around with. And I'm a hope that y'all give it some second thought and recalculate. And I'm sure that y'all are going to go back and recalculate things. So just my point, and making it on record that I think that our rights were violated by being unequally and unfairly represented. Every census, and the census is supposed to create equity, equality, and fairness, and whatever, but not to us. So, and just a little old precinct 2060. That's all it is. So, thank you for your time, and, so have a good day. Thank you.
Graciela Sanchez. And then, would be Oscar Vic and Georgia Mendoza.
Buenas tardes, good evening. My name is Graciela Sanchez, and I live in District 5, and I work in Districts 5 and 1, although I work for the Esperanza Peace and Justice Center, and we are a citywide cultural arts, social justice organization. I also wanted to mention that I had been on the Parks Bond Committee for 2022, and I was also on the Midtown Planning Committee for the San Antonio Comprehensive Plan that was created in 2017. So had a lot to discuss about Brackenridge Park, the Whitty, Feston Garden, and that whole area in Midtown. And never during any of those conversations did anybody from District 1 say they wanted it or that was a contentious issue. So I'm really surprised at this moment to see that there's a struggle between, keeping it on one side or the other. I think in the work that I've been doing through the Parks Bond Committee, it's been exciting and it's been a good experience to have two council members representing that area. It's really a good thing because we had many meetings during the fall where both of the council members, hearing people's concerns at the meeting at Whitty said, oh, let's host a meeting, and so there we were. And there were over 150 people that showed up to the Zoom meeting, and they were all surprised because people were concerned about what the issues were taking place in Suskin Garden and the zoo and stuff like that. So it was just good to have both of the council members there, and I could speak to both of them as I was at those meetings. So I think it's a good thing. And then to hear that, like Harburger Park has two council members representing, so if we can do it for other parks, why can't we do it here? And we heard the passions last week and this week. So it's a good thing to listen. And I haven't, and I'm a good ally of all those folks at River Road. And they might not be happy that I'm here saying, let's divide it into two different council districts. But they're good people, but, they're not here in the same way that District 2 has been for both of these meetings. And I did hear the few that spoke, and there was nothing that, that made me say, well, this is why we need to leave it in District 1. So I'm just curious what the struggle is. And I really, for those who voted not to vote last week, we hope that you might consider, supporting the folks that want to keep the district in both 1 and 2. It's just a good thing. And I understand one of your criteria were keeping assets within district. And as you've heard from the representatives, the people from the community, it is an asset. This, everybody knows it. It's a citywide asset, just as Hemisphere Park is, and that is also District 1. So let's keep Hemisphere to District 1. And finally, I know I've heard struggles with people in District 5 that don't want to move into District 5 for fear of District 5. I love District 5. I grew up in District 5. Talk to me about District 5. Don't be afraid. If you're in downtown and don't want to be in District 5, as we've seen some changes, or we're going to be into a district and you're afraid of changes in District 5, come and talk to me. I love District 5. Gracias.
Next is Oscar Vic. Mr. Vic, and then following Mr. Vic is Georgia Mendoza. I think Georgia might not. Oh, great. I'm sorry, to Hector Santos. Hector Santos. He already spoke. Okay. Thank you. And so then after Mr. Vic is Richard Pettis. Mr. Pettis. Okay, great.
And I love District 2, 52 years, all right? Every meeting I go to, I tell them, now, we don't stay in these districts no 40, 50 years for somebody else to tell us what we want in our district. It don't work like that. If we want a hog pen, let us go out there and wall in that hog pen. That's what we want. I mean,
Can anybody in this room hear me? Can anybody in this room hear me? Because I just don't think our public officials hearing her. I really don't think they're hearing her. I'm a retired Vietnam veteran, and if they had told me why I was going to Vietnam, they had to put me in jail. Now, they told me that I was going to Vietnam to fight for the South Vietnamese that have a democratic government instead of a communist government. I go halfway around the world to fight for other people's rights. In 1970, I come back. I was born in Forest City, Arkansas. I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee. I come back home, a colored restroom, a colored water fountain, a colored restaurant, a colored hotel, and I'm halfway around the world fighting for somebody else's rights. Now, I'm telling you, I'm fighting for my rights now. And what District 2 wants, that's what we're going to fight for. Now, y'all can sit around here and act like you don't hear. And first of all, I want to see the people stand up that came up with this idea. What they at? What they at? Y'all ought to be able to stand up and show your face. I can't imagine somebody coming up with an idea like this. I've been here for the last 30 minutes. 99.9% of people said they didn't want it. So what we doing here in this meeting? You done had the people, case closed. Don't do it. I mean, everybody in here speak English or partly English or something. Find out what the people want, give the people what they want. I don't care if you don't like it. If that's what we want, give it to us. Now, why we can't understand that? Do I have to speak another language? Do I have to elect get some more officials? What do we have to do? Last week we was in a meeting, they talking about putting a hotel on W.W. White. I live right off of Gilman Road. I carried mail 20 years right there on Gilman Road and Skyline. 90% of the people got up and told them they didn't want it there. Well, let's just break down in some small groups. Everybody told you don't want it. Why do you want to break down in small groups? What does it take for you to understand the people? And y'all sit around there talking about city public service, the people own it. The city water board, the people own it. We own the park, and we own all this stuff. Let us have some say-so. I mean, let us decide something. I'm through with it. Y'all have a good day.
And Mr. Perez-Barza, who is next, I want to make sure I'm getting some names right that are coming after him. I have Mario, last name starts with a C. I am the B team. I don't normally do this. So Mario, is there a Mario here to speak? That is a no. Okay. So then after Mr. Perez is an Anthony Mendoza. Anthony Mendoza. After Mr. Mendoza was Azrael Mendoza? Azrael. Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking the co-chairs of the 2022 Redistricting Committee, Bonnie Prosser-Helder and Dr. Rogelio Sainz, as well as all of the members of this committee for your dedication, hard work, and patience working through this process. Additionally, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come before you today and express my thoughts on behalf of the San Antonio business community. My name is Richard Perez. I am President and CEO of the San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, and I live in District 4. And I actually used to be the District 4 City Council representative, so I understand processes and all the things that you all are doing as volunteers today. And so again, I say thank you, a heartfelt thank you. My organization, the San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, began as an entity 127 years ago right here in downtown San Antonio. Given this fact, we are sometimes known as the Downtown Chamber of Commerce. I am therefore pleased to represent the voices of the Downtown Central Business District. The Central Business District, as you all know, is a historic district that has for many years existed as a unified entity and is often called the heart of San Antonio. The Central Business District's continued viability is important to the overall economic recovery and success of our community and has taken on an additional importance in this post-COVID citywide recovery. In our estimation, we believe now is not the time to begin to slice off sections of the Central Business District and risk diminishing this important economic engine. According to the International Downtown Association,
For every $1 earned outside the urban core per square mile, downtown generates $15 per square mile. Downtown needs to be at its strongest, and that means it must remain a unified central business district. We therefore respectfully ask that the 2022 Redistricting Advisory Committee reconsider the proposal to split off pieces of the central business district and retain its current character. We say this in order to speak with the authority of the downtown of the 7th largest city in the United States. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anthony Mendoza, followed by Azrael, thank you. I didn't want to mispronounce it, I have one of those names too. Azrael Mendoza, and then finally Donovan Springs? Donovan? Springs, Mr. Springs, you are after the Mendoza. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony Mendoza. I'm a resident of D2. I'm here to speak against the redistricting of Brackenridge Park. Based on the public that has shown up to speak on Brackenridge Park, this is clearly an important issue that deserves more time to gather input from the community. Brackenridge Park is a monumental area in D2, and that's where it belongs. Thank you.
And then Mr. Springs, you can come on up if you'd like to, so you're closer.
Hello, my name is Azrael Mendoza, and I live in District 2. I may be only 18 years old, but I'm very concerned about the transparency. I'm very concerned about the lack of transparency and the questions about the process. When the committee took the vote, folks were absent, and we were not told what the impact was of the other thing. When we need a clear vote and not a decision taken after so many people have left the meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Donovan Springs, and I'm from District 2. I'm here to speak in favor of keeping Brackenridge in District 2. One of the reasons of moving the park has been to keep the park with one representative, but other major parks have 2 representatives. And growing up as a kid and being a resident of District 2, my family and myself have been to that park several times for barbecues, playing tag, pastimes, and so it's very important to me as a resident, as well as seeing that a lot of people's families have grown up in the park as well, to people from different walks of life, and I'm pretty sure that they also have very great fond memories of this park, and so it's kind of, to me, from the way I see it, it's kind of atrocious to have these people's heritage, these people's history, and, you know, the pastimes the memories that they have of this park taken, stripped and taken away from them without even getting their input. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you to members of our public, and thank you, co-chairs. That is all public comment we have.
Thank you very much for your comments and your thoughts as well.
Yes, ma'am, I'm so sorry. Yes, ma'am, what was your name? Ms. Ayala, come on down, please. record of it, it's not, you're still going to speak. Thank you. I think it's your name is what district you're in. Okay.
Hello, my name is Ida Ayala, and I'm in District 2. On February 16th, I attended an HDRC meeting to speak out about the city wanting to cut down 100 trees in Breckenridge Park. At that meeting, I discovered how pushy the city of San Antonio can be when it wants something. I also discovered that they will say anything, even hide the truth, to push an agenda. On that day, I decided to do my own research, my own digging for the truth of the Breckenridge Park project. It was shocking to me that there was an entire plan for Breckenridge Park that no one knew about, that no one who has grown up in San Antonio and spent time in the park would ever want. A plan to make the park a moneymaker instead of a family maker. Now you want to move the park into District 1. Why? Because the councilman said he would not stop or delay the project, not caring what the people want? Because development in the park would benefit certain people in District 1? I'm asking that you put the people of San Antonio ahead of the greed of a few. No one district owns Breckenridge Park. The park belongs to all the people of San Antonio. As the 2017 bond banners in the park say, it is our park. No one district should control what happens in the most historical asset that San Antonio has. Every district should have a say because every citizen in San Antonio should have a say. Not just the residents, developers, or businesses in the area of Breckenridge Park. I have 500 people from all over the city who have signed a petition and showed their concern for preserving Breckenridge Park. Decisions about the park should be shared by all. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much for the powerful words and the passion that were brought here this evening.
The next item on today's agenda is discussion and possible action on the development of redistricting plans, including a possible map drawing session. So, at this time, is there any members of the committee that would like to speak to any issues related to our final proposed map? This would be the time to do that. Yes, please. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. It's a little bit ironic. When I was first getting involved in the community, I just started going to city council meetings. And the irony is those city council meetings were right here. And I started going to them just because I had concerns with things that were going on in the community, and I felt like I wanted my voice to be heard. And so I think it's kind of ironic that I'm returning to this spot here many, many years later, probably about 40 years later. And I'm beyond pleased by the comments that have been made by the District 2 folks who have come out today to make their comments and their wishes known about redistricting of Breckenridge Park, precincts 3207 and 3178 out of District 2. And I also, when I was little, I remember we used to try to get out there really, really early in the morning on the 4th of July just so we could grab one of the pits so that we could barbecue there and stuff. So it's just really ironic. I stand before you in this suit and everything, and I would love to take this suit off and and probably speak in a different tone, but that's not my place today. But so I just wanted to, again, thank each of the residents from District 2 who came out to speak on this matter. Some of the things have been very touching because of the process. And I know for me, I've tried my very best to represent District 2, but I tried to represent District 2 in a very respectful way. And some things in this process, I do not feel that was reciprocated, but that'll take care of itself. So I would like to, in keeping this thing going, Ms. Co-Chair and Mr. Co-Chair, I would like to reach out to any one of my duly qualified committee members to make a motion to move that voter tabulation districts 3178 and 3102 are moved back into D2 from D1, if anyone would like to do that. Thank you.
I shall move.
So there's a motion by Mr. Ibanez to move the two notice precincts from District 1 to District 2. There's a motion. Is there a second?
This is Lisa Marie. I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but let's repeat the precincts, and I want to make sure I get them correct. It's 3178 and 3102.
No, excuse me, 3207 and 3170.
Okay, I have a conflict, so it's 3178 and 3207. Is that correct?
3207 and 3170.
Sid, can you confirm those are the two by record? That is correct.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Ms. Potter.
So I have two questions. So these are the two districts that were previously in District 2.
Correct.
In the map we have, they've been moved to District 1. And I was not at last week's meeting because I was having on business, but if I recall correctly, moving these back to District 2 does not throw the map out of balance. Is that correct?
That is correct. It does not get it to where it's over 10% deviation. It goes from 9.5 to 9.79.
And if those were moved back, then the park would be split between Districts 1 and 2. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the other question I had is been mentioned today that other major parks are split between two districts. Do we know if that's accurate? And if so, how many other parks, other major parks in the city are split between districts?
We would have to go back and look at that specifically. There have been some parks mentioned, but we haven't been asked to study that directly, but we can.
But we do know that there are at least some others that are split between districts. Is that correct?
Just a second, real quick.
McAllister Park, where there's been mentioned.
Sherry, can you, those were the two, yeah. Hartford and McAllister Park. And can we show the map with where those parks are? Do we have an overlay of parks?
And while you're pulling that, the next one, the question.
Yes, absolutely.
And the River Road neighborhood that came and spoke before, can somebody point out to me where they are on here in relationship? They're
32, right below 3207, so I guess it's 2035 on the right side of 285.
Got it. Okay. And so the part of the park that is sort of next to them, to the right there, would still be there, so.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
David,
I have a question for clarification. Can you please, share with everyone the vote when it was moved 3178, 3207 from D2 into D1, the date when that first happened? I think somebody mentioned May 10th, but that wasn't the first time we voted on something. When it moved from D2 to D1, basic.
So, just to make sure I understand your question, you want to know when was the first time those two precincts moved from D1 to D2? Okay, so that was when we first voted on the initial draft plan. So I'll let Ileana and her team bring that definite date.
So if y'all can remember the last time we were in this room, that's when the move was made. There was no vote. I can tell you what date we were in the room. You just bear with me for a second. The Valentine's Day? No, that doesn't sound right. The move was made on March 19th. And y'all voted on, I don't think, let me double check. I don't believe y'all actually voted on anything short of before that, the guidelines. So then the move was made on March 19th. We were in this room. And then y'all voted on Committee Draft Plan 1 on April 4th.
So March, it was moved, and then April, we voted on the committee draft.
Correct.
Thank you. I just felt like that we need to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
So prior to our draft, it was always a shared representation of parts. Is that correct? Between 1 and 2, the council district?
Still is to this day.
Yes. Thank you.
Are there other comments, questions?
First of all, I thank all the businesses today. My role on this committee is to redistribute population. That's what we were assigned to, with certain criteria and so forth. I will say that as a District 3 rep, there were very little changes in our district. From the draft plan on, there was basically no change. Districts 1 and 5 were the two districts that needed the most change. They were the ones that had the largest deficits and needed to grow. District 1, on this draft plan, still has the largest deficit. And while these two precincts have very little population, I don't think I in good conscience can vote to remove more people out of District 1 in the draft plan. The draft plan, our goal was to try to balance the districts. And yes, I know it does not read the 10% engagement, but it goes from 9.5 to 9.79, much closer to that 10% number. So, while I still listen to my colleagues on the board, our purpose was for the redistribution of population. And this map still has District 1 as the least populated of all districts. For that reason, I'm leaning on not voting for the motion.
Legal, can you speak to clarify the issue of the 10%, the 9.5 and 9.7, so everyone understands what Mr. Garcia is talking about?
Sure. Early on, we talked about whether do we get any extra points for going way under 10 or if we're at 10? And technically, legally, as long as we're under 10, we're fine. Sid, do you have any other comments on that?
No, that's exactly right. Federal law fairly consistently has courts have interpreted the one person, one vote requirement as requiring that we are below 10% vote mediation. There are very rare instances where that's not enough. Courts in the past have required a little bit more. There are one or two cases. And there are a couple of cases where it's slightly over 10% that's passed 11 of it is what Tony said. As long as you're below 10%, that's the goal.
Thank you, Sid.
Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I guess just hearing, Ms. Garza's point, one of the things that gives me a little bit of heartache is the fact that, and I thank Ms. Gilron for posing her question, because I did reach out to Ileana, a couple months ago and asked her that question, because I know for me, I never would have voted to move those two precincts. I would need to. And so she stated the exact same thing that she just stated today. But to Mr. Garza's point, if we did this on March the 19th or somewhere thereabouts, and we knew that D1 had to get an increase in their numbers, why did we move so quickly on two precincts that have 500 people? I mean, there were bigger things that we needed to do to increase their population, and we did that piece that early. That just doesn't sit with me.
Sherry, can you go to, I guess it's District 10, and we want to show where District 10 and 9 both share McAllister Park, and that's going to be north of Loop 410, east of 281. Okay, hang on, right around there, let's see. Okay, there's McAllister Park. And part of it is in 10, and part of it is Green, so that would be in District 9.
Yes.
Alright, so, Shelley, does that help? Okay. Now, let's go, oh, yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you, we can go back.
So, the other thing that's in my head, and I'm leaning towards voting for this motion, because I've reflected back on how we handled what some other districts view as assets in their districts, right? And I know, and when I said this is about population, right? But there's been a lot of talk about assets by different districts. We heard about the medical center. We heard about Woodlawn Lake. Okay, every area has things that are near and dear to their district, right? And what I'm hearing from the District 2 people is that this is near and dear to them. And if these can be moved back, and it does not throw the map out of balance, I'm not hearing a compelling reason right now not to do that. And I definitely understood when the River Road people were here, I understood that, their sense that the park is their backyard, but their backyard is still going to be their part of that is going to still be theirs. And the argument that having two council people, folks sort of watching out for this park, just like it's happening with some other parks in the city, is also a reason for me to right now be leaning towards voting.
Sorry, there's one before you, Mr. Yabanes, and then Amy.
I want to reiterate some of the points that were made by Committee Member Robertson and also Kelly Moore concerning the issue here about the number of people that are going to be moved if we were to vote this motion in, which it's up to the committee, of course, and all that, but if it's not going to bother the numbers, and this is something that we did conscientiously back in March, or in April, I think it was as well,
I don't see the problem with it. Thank you.
Amy?
I also, share the concerns that, Mr. Robertson and Potter have mentioned. I don't recall a discussion about this issue, and I totally agree that we have been, respectful of assets that are separate from population. So I guess as I tried to think through this matter, I don't recall District 1 ever articulating a reason why Brackenridge Park should be moved from District 2 to District 1. So I would like to call upon the representatives of District 1 and ask, is there a rationale for this, for what has been done?
Does District 1 want to respond to that, or?
What was the answer?
Just vote.
They're asking for the vote to be called, but I do want to make sure before we do that, if there are any other comments. From any of the committee members regarding this issue, then we would ask for them to speak, and if not, we will move on to the vote.
And I have to say that talking among the few of us, the only rationale I've heard is that we do not want to reopen every contested question, which we've been told that may well happen if we vote keep this park split. So I hope that that doesn't happen. I don't think it should happen, but I think we should leave Brackenridge Park with 2 representatives at the table.
Ms. Villadon was first, and
Show the numbers again, please.
Oh, Sherry, can you raise the data table, please?
Is this data with 3207?
This data is with
The 215 in District 1 or District 2?
in District 1. Currently, it's at a 9.5 deviation, so it's in District 1. That was the draft plan.
Can you show us what the data looks like when you move it to the after the 6?
Sure. Madam Chair?
Right now, so I can look at the numbers.
Okay, so Sherry, if you can please. And then if you could raise the table so we can see everything, and then we'll see on the right, that 9.5, we'll see that goes to 9.79. And then the table, you can see the population in one did go down, but remember the population in those precincts is a total of 416 people.
Carlson School.
Yeah, just had a more of a historical question, is, when we look back at the 2002 or the 1992 amounts, have these swapped back and forth, or has it always been, I mean, the bigger set of people should be able to look at the old map. I'm just curious, is there historical context to it's always been there?
Are you guys able to pull up those other documents? It's okay if you don't.
So yes, sir, it's okay if you say that. From the benchmark from the years 1990 and, so it has not always been divided between 1 and 2, to answer your question. 9 was involved for a long time. There was some division between, maybe all of 9 had it, and then 9 and 1. It went like that. So it started to be split between 2 and 1, 10 years, when the last census, when they redistricted after the last census.
Okay, so this is a relatively new change, I mean, in terms of decades, it's been all over the place, right?
Yes, 9 was involved for quite some time, and I know we have it on our website. website, but I know I shared the data with the bigger staff team, so I wasn't sure if they could pull it up.
While we're waiting for that map issue, are there any other comments? Good. Carlton, I don't want to shutter educational moment, but is your question, was it ever in another district? I mean, they're looking, I don't know if they'll be able to find it.
That's okay, you can jog my memory with, the argument has been made that of the historical nature, it's always been here. I seem to remember it moving back and forth a fair amount over the last 20 years, the redistricting sessions I did. And then before that, so the question was, has it always been Woodlawn Lake a part of District 2, or is it coming in and out? And that was just my own curiosity. I just don't know the answer to it. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on it.
Yes.
This is clarification, and I could be wrong, but I don't think the argument is that it has historically been in D2. I think the argument is that it is historically important to the Black community in St. Louis.
Yes, fair enough.
I think what is also something I believe we talked about in our resolution too, and I think what Mr. Fonseca brings up every time he comes here is how when something moves from one district to a different district and to a different district, and how the deeper consistency is pretty important to us. So, that's all.
So if this...
The map was adopted in 2002. And what you see
This is 2002? Okay.
2012.
As I understand it, they're trying to identify the placement of the park.
Give us a second.
And that was a question that was raised by another committee member. I acknowledge, okay, Carlton is dropping his question, Mr. Cool.
Yeah, I think I understand.
So for the purposes of this exercise, I think he's been sufficiently answered.
Yes.
And we do have one more question in the back, or comment.
I just wanted to add whether it was in District 9 or before, or 2 or 1, and back and forth, that's really, very, relevant. That I would say that it's kind of like when you, say you have this one house in a neighborhood that nobody ever fixes, and nobody ever pays attention to it, and you finally get some people that move in, and they fix it, and they start showing it love, and they start fixing it, and it just comes like, wow, everybody respects it. Look at it, it looks good, these people have done a great job. Well, that's the way I feel like the people from District 2 are about Breckenridge Park. Maybe they hadn't had it forever, but they got it now, and they're really proud of it, and they're really attached to it, and they deserve that because they are really passionate. Maybe the other people before didn't fight for this like we see today. So I'd like to support it.
So I think, with that, we've heard from the citizens, we've heard from our District 2 reps, we've heard a lot of other comments from other representatives from other districts, and at this time, we could restate the motion so that there's clarity on the motion, and we'll call for the question. And would you also like to clarify voting process?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask for my fellow Assistant City Attorney, Kamala Kuna, to make sure I'm counting correctly. My understanding of the motion on the floor is to revise the committee's final proposed plan and move voter tabulation districts 3178 and 3207 from District 1 into District 2. Give me a second, I want to make sure I'm writing this down. We have 22. We have 22 advisory committee members in attendance. As a reminder, the vote will pass with a simple majority. Sorry, the screen distracted me, which is 11. We have 21? We have 21, so it's 11 that we need, so 6.
Clarification, is that counting Lisa Marie?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yep, we only have 2 members who are not with us in attendance today. They are Francis Gonzalez and John Clamp. So with those, we have 23 minus 2, and that's where we'll get to 21. So again, the motion is to revise the final proposed plan by moving voter tabulation districts 3178 and 3207 from District 1 to District 2. And I will start. Teresa Vargas Wyatt.
Yes.
Yay. Jordan Gowie.
Yay.
Yay. Dwayne Robinson.
Yes.
Yay. Overzealous Rebecca Beard-Ron is going to be a yay. I'll go back to Ms. Deborah Frost.
Yes.
Yes. Frank Garza.
Yes.
Yay. Eloy LeCue.
Yes.
Yay. Miguel Sepulveda.
Yes.
Yay. Vilma Peña. Abstain? Amy Castelli.
Yeah.
Yay. Johnny Banez.
Yes.
Yay. Luis Gomez by proxy.
Yes.
Yay. Lisa Marie Gomez.
Yay.
Yay. Laura Garza.
Yay.
Yay. John Kelly.
Yay.
Yay. Larry Lamborn.
Yay.
Yay. Hollis Grizzard.
Abstain.
Abstain. John Clamp is not here. Carlton Scholes.
Yay.
Yay. Shelley Potter.
Yes.
Yay. Bonnie Prosser Elder.
Yay.
Yay. Dr. Rogelio Sines.
Yes.
And I don't need to do I will do the math because obviously we need it for the record. I'm sorry. I was like, we don't need to do math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 19, yay. Motion passes.
Okay, good people, so with that action, there is a revised final map that will go to city council.
Can I make a motion real quick? Okay. Just as we recently heard, we too in District 1 have concerns regarding the central business district. So based off of this new information, I'd like to make a motion to move ETD 2051 and 1001 back into C1 to maintain that community of interest. And more importantly, following the most recent comments from Wayne and from Frank, it would bring back much needed population that's already sparsely populated in our district, District 1. These two DPDs also have significant assets to include the building that we're sitting here today, as well as Market Square, Inclusion Plaza, and more.
2051, and what was the other one?
1001.
So can we, I know we're
We're
going to
gonna
do that.
locate those real quick.
Find and load those
Well,
on the map.
there's a motion, so,
Yeah. But you want to,
right.
so do we have a motion, do we have a second?
I will second.
A motion and a second, and we are open for discussion, but I suggest 2051 and 1001. That is from what district to District 1?
5-1.
Yes.
So, Sherry, and, or can y'all tell us what the population is in this? 2338. So I need to ask, if we were to move that, what would that do to the deviation? So let's look at 5. How much did we take out of 5? Well, I know how much, but let's just look at the data. So now 5 becomes the smallest district.
Not by much.
Not by much.
That was good.
And our deviation
Is actually 8.17.
Wow.
Right?
Well, but again, remember, as long as we're under 10.
But it is good enough.
I like the fact they're all green.
Yeah, Amy.
Amy?
Oh, has there been a second?
There has been a second.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we have a motion and a second.
Yes,
and
we
we're
have a
in
motion and a
discussion.
second.
The co-chairs and our advisors have wisely encouraged adjoining districts to work together to do the hard work and discussions and decisions that have gone into making this proposed map. Throughout that process, I personally spoke with representatives of District 1, and they assured me throughout that there was no objection to precincts 51 and 1008 being moved to District 5. I'm sorry, 1001. There was no objection that District 1 had to those two districts, those two precincts being moved to District 5. When, I think it was a meeting before last, when we first heard from the community about their concern about Breckenridge Park, I was called out into the hall and told by one of the District 1 representatives that if I supported this, the community, if I
5, which will leave District 5 without the downtown representation that we have been, that is historically in District 5. I object very much to this motion because I believe that it's motivated by an effort to exert power over us. I voted my conscience on the last vote, and I call upon my fellow committee members to please not support the retaliation that District 1 is attempting here.
So, radical candor, right? That was me. Now, here is the actual statement that happened.
Can we have your name for the record,
Please, Jordan Gallo, District 1.
Jordan Gallo, District 1.
Radical candor, my friend. I said that if we were to reopen this map using the same feedback that we had heard about Brackenridge, that we would be doing the same thing based off of the community feedback that we had heard from this. It was not a threat, and I think will attest to what I told her. I did not ask for their vote. It was not threatening. If anything, I was letting them know what our intentions were well ahead of time. And for the people in the room, the D1 representatives, we heard you today, and we voted with you. This was there was no nay votes on Brackenridge today. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for expressing your voice and letting us know what's important to you. But I do take offense to the way that this was relayed, because I don't find it to be accurate, and I'm hoping, I hate to put Ms. Penny on this, but I do feel like this is an ad hominem attack, and that I should have at least a chance to have somebody verify my side.
So I will ask, as I've asked in the past, about any exchange of voter districts between representatives. Did D1 and D5 meet on the movement of the precincts that were...
We also don't believe that we be able to come to consensus based off of their desire to keep it and our desire to bring it back, because we would not be able to come to consensus on this. Would that be accurate? Would you be willing to...
Are you suggesting that we have never talked about precincts 2051 or 1001?
No, we most definitely have, but things have changed. We look at this map. Look, what is our end goal here? Is to have somewhat parity with our districts. Right. For the first time in this map drawing session, we have all green across this map. For the first time, we are green. We not only are green there, but our plan deviation is actually closer to where we want to be. We have taken feedback like we have today with Brackenridge. We, again, heard you, more people came out, we heard their voices. We heard from Mr. Perez about some of the business leaders. We talked about assets today, how it's important to D2. Well, Market Square is important to D1.
One person voted.
I do want to call order on, because we said this at the beginning of the meeting, that comments from the community, we have that opportunity for citizens to be heard. Order in this meeting, so please go ahead.
And Chair, let me reduce my comments further. We're looking at this. This is a map that brings near parity. We're all green for the first time since we've been in this room together. And we have a plan deviation that is closer to the ideal goal. I'm with this, absolutely vote your conscience. If you don't like this, by all means vote against it. But if you think this is the best map to bring forward to City Council in 2 weeks, then I ask for your support.
Yes.
I have not gotten a chance to speak with District 6, but from the comments today, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be another motion. But I'm sorry that the representative from District 1 is trying to characterize what he said to me in some way other than as I heard it. There has been, in my memory, one person talking today about wanting these precincts to go back to District 1, and there was one person at the last meeting saying something like that. There has not been any outpouring of concern, and no argument that is legitimate under our criteria has been made I'm frustrated because I was asked publicly just a minute ago, District One, to tell us why they opposed returning Breckenridge Park to District Two, and they had nothing to say.
We did not oppose it, we supported it in this room.
I'm so glad you did. I have spoken the truth about what went on in the conversations between myself and District One, and I think that it's a real perversion of their process.
Yeah, I want to ask again, because I think it's important for this committee to understand that, can you hear me? I want to ask again, because it's important for this committee to understand in terms of the processes that we followed from the beginning. And so, I understand you spoke about these two precincts previously, but have you had a meeting to discuss what could happen or what the possibilities are related to these two precincts in the last 7 to 10 days, or right before or right after our last meeting? Amy?
No, because, these two precincts are part of the historic District 5. And we've been very, it's important to our community, the community in District 5, that we be reunited with what is this historical community that has a lot of shared interests. So we've been ready to talk with District 1 if they had any objection to returning these two precincts to District 5, and they have never voiced any objection. The first time, and I appreciate Jordan talking to me, because all along he said, we will have no objection, we have no objection, we will not raise any objection. So, in a sense, he was informing me that he would change that position if I voted in favor of splitting Breckenridge Park. But other than that, there's been no need to discuss anything because there's been no controversy about it.
Are there any other comments about this matter, or questions, concerns?
I'm sorry, because I was out of the room. What is in 2851 and what is in 1001? Sure.
Are you talking like assets or interests?
Yeah,
Sure. I would say Children's Hospital San Antonio, the river, oh my gosh, what is it called? San Pedro Creek, City Hall, Market Square, Inclusion Plaza, HEB Corporate Headquarters, Arsenal, and in District 1 historically. So I would make the same argument that we heard earlier today, that these are assets that should remain. And when we look at the map, again, if our end goal is to find some sort of parity between all of the districts, this is the closest thing that we can produce. And it brings the overall plan deviation down by a full point and a half.
Chair, I have a question. So with moving these to District 1, has there been meetings with both of these precincts for any community neighborhood associations that will be moved, or is this relatively something new that's transpired today? Has there been any pre-work to discuss the move of those from 2-1, or have they always been in an action on the state?
They have been in the draft as District 5 from the beginning of our discussions. I suppose we could find out when that first vote happened, but it's never been, for the purpose of this draft, they've always been in District 5.
Where are they at today? District 5?
In one, District 1. And it's the historic,
They're in 1 today.
They're currently in 1, yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia.
I'm going to sound a broken record again. I'm all about the numbers. And again, this reduces the deviation from 9.74 to 8.17. It brings District 1 much into the green where they were in the red. So, as for the reason I was appointed to this committee, it's to redistribute population. So, I will be supporting this motion.
Again, I'm going to have to call for extra meetings because my community is not having an opportunity to respond.
And just to confirm, I'm sorry, this is Tony Neely on a question, or probably a said question. What was the District 1 difference previously? Like when it was red, what was the number? When the difference for District 1 was red, it was negative 8,000 something? Can you give us that exact number?
Oh, okay, so let's put those two precincts back. Split into 5.
So just to clarify, we go from being underpopulated by 8,394 to having the 16 citizens difference between us and 5 with this move. So again, it's 8,400 to 16 would be the difference if we made this change. Yes. Because when we compare to D5, what's with D5's numbers as well? We will be separated by D5 and D1 by 6 a.m. I apologize, it's hard to do that. But, Tony, could you confirm this follows the principle of one person, one vote more closely?
So the principle again is 10%, that one person, one vote, and whether it's right at 0 or right at 9.99, the courts are going to be fine with it. So everything in between that is legal.
This is bringing this to the numbers. I'm sorry, Seth, can you revert it back to what the motion is? 2051 and 1001 back in 51, please.
So, Sherry, can we see what the numbers are? Yeah, we put those back into.
So, as outside legal counsel, you look at this, which version's better to defend? We're not going to answer that question. You got me.
I'm here to referee this, so we answered the question.
I have a question, sorry.
So, here, and then we'll go to the other. Yes.
May I see 1001 and 5 on the draft, final draft, and then keep 2051 in 1 to see what it does to the plan? Yes, at 5. Is everyone still in green too? I'm just gonna look at total lines here. No, and I'm also looking at it as communities, how many communities are in those areas.
Yeah, so to answer your question, that does still keep it under the, the deviation.
Yeah. From the argument that the members of the body matter is bogus, that's an irrelevant argument. The communities of interest, we have not gotten a chance to talk about as a community because District 1 has repeatedly agreed to the return of these 2 precincts to the community of interest, the shared interest of District 5. So if we're going to now make a decision based on whether or not leaving these 2 precincts in District 1 would divide a community of interest, which it will, I think that we need to be able to hear from the community about that. The reason it hasn't come to your attention is because District 1 agreed to it a long time ago.
Madam Chair, closing, these 2 districts are in District 1 currently. They exist today outside of this map inside District District 1. It brings us a better plan deviation. It puts us in the green for the first time. I'm going to support this.
So, I want to be clear, they're currently in District 1.
Yes.
The draft map that we approved has them in District 5.
As it has for the last several months.
Same with Bracken.
One concern that I do have is that when Breckenridge was put in District 1, there was not an opportunity for the community to react. All of a sudden, it was on the map, and I see this being replicated, that the community does not have an opportunity to react.
They're already in D1. What are they reacting?
It's in the map right now. The draft map that we have is in District 5.
I think the point he's making is, if anyone was looking at the map up until today, they would have believed that those precincts are in D5 up until today. And so the move today would put them back in D1, which is where they are currently. But the map has reflected those districts in D5.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call the vote if possible.
I think we have other hands that have been raised. Father.
So, am I right that Market Square is in 2051?
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess the point I would make to what was Julie was just saying is that, let's say, for example, that I believe that Market Square is important to the West Side historically, right? The map I've been looking at would show that as being in District 5 now, and so I would not have necessarily come before this committee to make the argument that that's where it should be, because I look at the map and it's there. I realize it's been in District 1, right? But I'm just trying to elaborate on the point that was made here. With that said, I also understand our main responsibility, which we have also gone back to numerous times, is to look at the population, right? And that this does get us closer to where we want to be and where we need to be. So I understand that argument. And this moves a lot more people than we were talking about with the Breckenridge, the two districts we were looking at, the Breckenridge part. So I'm struggling with those two things. And I am uncomfortable with the fact that we're it feels like it's kind of all of a sudden here, and I'm a little uncomfortable, very uncomfortable with that. I have a question. So, how, 2051 and 1001, how many years have they been in District 1, represented by District 1? Once have they been moved back and forth? But to your point, as you were sharing, people in District 5 will think it's going to it's moving to District 5. But District 1, you had people here this week and last week raising concerns that people in the neighborhood, I think last meeting, a gentleman in the neighborhood did come and say, I didn't know that we were moving to District 5. So I think, I just want to know how many years has District 2051 and 001 being in District 1? As long as I know, it's been in District 1, the central business district since I've been here.
So it looks like Jordan just pulled out the last two maps. Jordan?
But this doesn't have the precinct, the DTD number.
Mr. Garcia.
I can commonly say that these two precincts have been District 1, the city went to single-member district. The downtown district, the complete downtown district, has always been represented by District 1.
Yeah, that's correct. Just confirming with those maps since the 90 and the 2000 and the 2010 census, that is correct.
And it's also correct historically that this is part of the historical West Side. And every history that I have read,
as we know from the celebration of the anniversary of the 1921 flood, that was just the west side of San Antonio that was hit by the flooding from San Pedro Creek. So there are a lot of people in District 5 who will want to come and talk to the community about their interests. We have heard, even though this has been on all of the maps, all of the redistricting maps, it would show a move of these two precincts to District 5. We have had two individuals come and say, we would prefer to stay in District 1. Their reason was simply that they preferred the District 1 representative or some such thing. There are lots of people who would like to testify if the maps show that these two precincts will be in District 1.
Any other questions or comments? We're ready for the question. And we restate, sorry, now we have questions.
One small comment concerning some of the comments that were made here. It seems to me like we're the impasse here, so far as what District 1 and District 5 are getting involved with here. And co-chair, is this tonight absolutely the last night that we can discuss issues like this? Because we have to go to the council on the 16th? Or is there an amenable way in which we could do one more meeting so that we can have and hear what district residents of 5 are inclined to want to be in District 5 and still stay there, or do they want to go to 1? I think it's imperative that we hear from all these people that possibly could give some light to this, but that would mean another meeting. Are we open to that, or not really?
I appreciate your thoughts. What's compelling to me is we've known since April that District 2 was concerned about having those precincts in Revolution Park remain in District 2. We have not known until today that District 1 was going to make a move to change the proposed draft. That's why we're in this position. And I think it's inappropriate to use this as a retaliation move.
So the question has come up about additional meetings to allow for the community to see these changes and have the committee hear their voices. That is in terms of availability, we have between now and the council meeting, there is not a lot of time, but there are days and times available. It's a matter of availability of the committee. I am free.
No lawyering here. No lawyering.
So, Mr. Cole.
Just a point of clarification, do we have a motion and a second on the floor right now?
We do have a motion and a second.
Okay. And my recommendation is we have a vote and then have a conversation about whether or not we have to have another meeting, because unless they withdraw their motion, I don't think they're willing to postpone it. So I guess that's the question. You willing to postpone the meeting, your motion until another meeting, or do you want the motion held today?
District 1 motion remains on the table.
So we have a motion and a second on the table.
And we can talk about the rest afterwards.
issue because I wanted to be clear that there's a possibility of additional meetings. And so I don't want anyone to vote or not vote without understanding that that is a real possibility. There is time to have meetings, we can have meetings. I can only speak for Bonnie, and Bonnie will be available. But so, yes, we can call for the question, but I want members to make their vote, with a full understanding of the possible ramifications. Okay? We'll do a roll call.
Who was the first? Who made the motion? That was Teresa?
And the second.
And the second came from? Miguel. We had Miguel correct.
Restate the motion, please.
Yes, I will restate the motion that is on the table right now. So again, the motion is to further revise the final proposed plan and move voter tabulation districts 1001 and 2051 from District 5 to District 1. Good? I'll begin with Teresa Burns Wyatt.
Yay.
Yay. Jordan Gowie.
Yay.
Yay. Dwayne Robinson.
Yay.
Yay. Deborah Frost.
Yay.
Yay. Rebecca Villagran.
Yes.
Yay. Frank Garza.
Yay.
Yay. Eloy LeCue.
Yay.
Yay. Miguel Sepulveda.
Nay.
Nay. Thelma Peña. Nay. Amy Castelli.
Nay.
Nay. John Ibanez.
Nay.
Nay. Luis Gomez Bercarci.
Nay.
Nay. Lisa Marie Gomez.
Nay.
Nay. Laura Garza.
Yay.
Yay. John Kelly.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Yes.
Okay. Larry Lamborn.
Yay.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Yay.
Nay.
Yay.
Yay. See? Well, you know. Yay and nay sound very similar. Yay. Hollis Brizard.
Yes.
Yay. Thank you.
Yeah, I should have said that.
Carlton Souls.
Yay.
Yay. Shelley Potter.
No.
Nay. Bonnie Prosser Elder.
No.
Nay. Dr. Rogelio Sines.
No.
Nay. We still have 21 here, so we need 11. 12. Yeah, I got 12. So motion passes with 12 yeas, 9 nays.
Madam Chair, I have an additional motion.
Sounds like it's coming from Scott.
It is definitely not.
Where was it?
I'd like to move to submit the final proposed plan as stated today to City Council without any additional changes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to move this draft final plan to City Council, which will occur the 16th. The motion and the second, do we have any discussion at hand?
Can you, make that back to District 1 so we can see all the numbers again, please?
While we're waiting, do we have any other? Oh,
You were waiting on us?
no. There was some questions and comments.
We have a question.
No, it was
I've been to some of these meetings and I've been on both sides, the public, and today I'm here by proxy. And it just seems like a lot of these meetings, they're taken up sometimes, like the last meeting, District 1 and District 2. And I'm representing District 6, and I would like to have the vote from last time reconsidered. I'd like to ask one of the committee members here to just make a motion or support to District 6, we've been talking about parks, and Breckenridge Park number, very important, but that's splitting up a park. We've got District 6, we have the Quail Park, which is the only park inside the district, inside the 410. And the way it's set up now, it's taken that only park we have inside the loop, and part of the Jardines Association, they're taking all of it. And I wanted to ask somebody to please make a motion, we can have a brief vote on it.
That's on the inquiry, Madam Chair. You have a motion on the table, see that you take, is that correct? Right.
That issue can be raised following the vote, but we do have a motion in a second on the floor related to the report. Okay.
Okay, you're approving the whole plan. What is this first motion? I did not, clarification. What is the motion for?
What is the motion for,
District 1 made?
The motion to be done is to send it to council.
Did not let you make your motion. That's what District 1 does?
Right.
No.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, they're cutting out, cutting out your motion.
The motion on the floor is to submit the revised plan proposed by the city council without additional changes. That's okay.
Just wait and see what happens. You watch.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes.
As I understand it, we're voting on a final motion to submit the entire plan to the council at this point.
That is the motion and the second that is currently on the floor. However, I do want to be clear, once that motion is made and it's voted upon, there can be a motion to reopen this, just as we made the motion earlier, based on the past, when we had the final plan.
Withdraw the motion and let us vote on this one, just like we did on the others. I think we're getting ahead of the...
I think that's fine. Let's talk about what they are, and then let's go back. I think that's perfect. Do you know which?
We were looking at them right here.
Okay, great. Okay, but who is the maker of the motion? So to be procedurally accurate, George, if you make the motion, the question is, will you withdraw your
One
motion?
would like to withdraw the motion that we just made, so that District 6 has an opportunity to add it to the list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jordan and Teresa and Lisa. Okay, that motion has been withdrawn. Okay. And so, sorry, were you making a motion?
I'll make a motion to reconsider draft plan to place voters tabulation in District 2019 and 2046 back on D5 to D6.
2046?
Yes.
All right. Sherry says,
Is there a second?
oh, second.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Was there a second to that
Is
motion?
there a second to that motion?
Just John Barnes.
Okay, so John has a second to the motion by Ms. Frost, and now, yes, so can you restate those, tabulation districts?
2019 and 2046, is that correct, Ms. Frost?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that confirmed with D6 who it is impacting?
It was 2019 and 2023.
2019,
2019 and 2043.
2040, I'm sorry.
2043.
So, again, I want to restate,
2043.
2019 and 2043.
Yes.
Okay.
From D5 to D6.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion?
I'd like to see what the data looks like. Sherry and Sid, can you please do that? How many people, sir? Sid? Oh, 7,500 approximately, so that put it over the census center.
It's red up there now.
It's in the upper right. It's now over 12%. That change takes the map out of that.
So we're out of balance.
Withdraw the motion.
You withdraw the motion?
Yes.
Okay. So that motion's been withdrawn, so you can put those back.
Okay, so we had a motion to move 2019 and 2046. It was withdrawn, it placed the map out of balance. Is there any other discussion?
If that motion's been withdrawn, I'd like to resubmit my previous motion to move this now to council.
And I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gowie, seconded.
I would ask District 1 to withdraw the motion so we can make another motion.
Not gonna withdraw, we're gonna maintain this motion.
Because I voted in favor of the community from District 2, and apparently that's not been supported by the community.
We have a motion on the floor and a second to move this back to City Council, June 15th. Okay, any discussion? We will do a roll call vote.
The motion on the table is to submit the revised final proposed plan to City Council without additional changes. First, Jordan Gowie. Second was Larry Lamborn. District 1, Teresa Burgess Wyatt. Yay. Jordan Gowie. Yay. Dwayne Robinson.
Yes.
Yay. Deborah Frost.
Yes.
Yay. Rebecca Villagrán.
Yes.
Yay. Frank Garza.
Yes.
Yay. Eloy LeCue.
Yes.
Yay. Miguel Sepulveda.
Yay.
Yay. Thelma Peña. Nay. Amy Castelli.
Nay.
Nay. Johnny Bunyan.
No.
Nay. Luis Gomez by proxy.
Nay.
Nay. Lisa Marie Gomez.
Yay.
Yay. Yay. Laura Garza.
Yay.
Yay. John Kelly.
Yes.
Yay. Larry Lamborn.
Yes.
Yay. Hollis Brizard.
Yes.
Yay. Carlton Soul.
Yes.
Yay. Shelley Potter.
Yes.
Yay. Bonnie Proctor Elder.
Yes.
Yay. Dr. Rogelio Sainz.
Yes.
Yay.
We're gonna wait for the official count.
Again, we had 21 advisory committee members voting. We needed at least 11 for a majority of those in attendance and voting. A motion passes with 17 yay, 4 nay.
Madam Chair, you have a question from Shelley Potter.
I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Potter.
It's actually, it's a comment. I just want to say to everybody who's here from the public, and especially people who spoke, not just today, but in previous, sessions. I just want to say thank you. I've been on that side of the table most of my career. And I heard several people say today, I know you're tired of hearing from us or warn you, and I want to say, at least for me, that that's not the case. I appreciate everybody who's come out. I have the book, and I've taken notes, and I know several of my colleagues on the have, of every single thing that anybody has ever said at these meetings. It's highlighted, it's underlined, it's starred, because your input is important. So please don't ever feel like you have to get up and say, that, you know, we're tired of listening to you. Thank you for doing so.
You know, I'd like to say when we started this process, we said it was gonna be an open process and we were gonna have community input and we were gonna take these meetings out to the community so that it would be easier for some people in the community to get to us. Downtown is not always convenient. There are parking issues. We had night meetings, we had midday meetings, we had Saturday meetings, all in an effort to allow the community to speak. And we do appreciate you all being here. We appreciate the other community members that have come. We appreciate those members that have come repeatedly. We were not able to make everybody happy. We were not able to give everyone everything they asked for, but that does not mean that we did not hear you. That does not mean that we were not listening. And the times and the occasions where we were able to provide relief or to give those members of the community what they wanted, that's what this process is for, because without you speaking, some things may not have moved. So.
But I spoke, and I just talked about District 5, because nobody else has power to change, and I've just spoken,
Ma'am.
that issue, if that had ever been raised before.
We have never had an opportunity to allow District 5 to speak to us. And it's just not right. It's just not right.
And then they walk away.
Sorry, Josh. I would like to make a motion. I move that, precinct 2043 be returned to District 6, and that districts 2051 and 1001 be returned or moved to District 5.
We have a motion, by Ashley. Is there a second to that motion? So we have a second by Velma.
So can we clarify that motion?
We are.
You want to move 2043 to 6?
Yes.
And then 2051 and 1001 to 5?
5, correct.
Sid, Sherry, can you take a look at that? Yes, 2043 to 6, and then 2051 and 1001 to 5. So those are the downtown precincts, and then the 2043 is,
I'm going to make what may be a very unpopular statement at this time, but I feel like it's important. I said earlier that this is set to go to council next week. I also said that we have the opportunity for additional meetings for the constituents within the district to be heard. That is still an option that is available to this committee, if this committee is willing to do so.
I concur with you 100%, Madam Chairman.
We do have a motion and a second on the floor, but I also want to say that this process has been very open and very community-driven, and that was the way we tried to have this process work. So I lay that at the feet of the committee to consider as an option. Yes, Ms. Patty.
Thank you for putting that out. I'm going to speak for myself, that I would much prefer to have another meeting than to be here with rushing motions through that I'm afraid are not going to get their due consideration. And I personally would much rather have another meeting than just to have motion after motion popping up right here at the end of this meeting, that I feel we're not going to get appropriate consideration.
I would be the first to say, I understand this has been a long process. I understand that we have all taken a lot of time out of our personal lives and our businesses, all of that. I think we all have, everyone here has done that. But there is an opportunity, you know, it's kind of like we're almost at the finish, but do you want to add just a little bit more to see if we could make it the best? We're good, we can make it the best.
Department of Inquiry, this is a motion to reconsider, yes? It's not a motion to move it back, we already voted on it. Does a motion to reconsider require a majority vote of the body, or is it against simple majority? It's not a motion. So, then maybe I'll give on the motion you made. Is it 2051 and 1001 to move back to D5?
And 2043.
Okay, that's where I got it.
Yeah, 2043, C1 into 6.
Understood.
And then it takes it into the red, right? So it's out of.
Yeah.
We haven't, they're about to see what that looks like. Can y'all do that? Can you move 2043 to 6? And then 2051 and 1001 to 5? And you did, okay. So then the deviation is 9.79. So it's balanced.
I would argue that it's not balanced in District 1. It's underpopulated by 8,394.
No more the red.
I hear what you're saying, but when I look at my two outside law firms that have been contracted to provide services to support this committee, they tell me this math is balanced.
I agree with you, this map falls within our 10% deviation, however, it does not look as good as the previous map that actually had some parity between District 1 and District 5. I'll remind the committee that that last map that we had a difference of 16 residents.
I can see that, Jordan, that's not the comment that you made. The comment was that it's not in that.
I said it's not for D1. I did not mean the map as a whole, as that was taken away. Deviation.
Thank you.
So you do have a motion and a second now, any more discussion?
So, motion, second, is there any more discussion on this matter?
I really want to make a plea for fairness. I really want to ask people to vote in good faith. And I just hope it's not for some retaliatory reason.
So we have a motion on the second, we've had discussion,
Can we clarify what the motion is again?
we will always restate the motion before we ask.
The motion was to move 2043 to 6, 2051, 1001 to 5.
Just to be clear, currently those are
And right, with the maps right now, they're showing you what that would look like.
All right. Yes, we do. So I'll restate the motion on the table. Again, the motion is to further revise the final proposed plan by moving, and I'll state where they're moving from, by moving the voter tabulation district 2043 out of district, currently partially in District 5, and moving that solely back into District 6. And voter tabulation districts 2051 and 1001, currently in the revised final proposed plan in District 1, this motion will move them back into District 5. Amy Castelli made the motion, was seconded by Vilma Benya. Chairs, are you ready for me to, or you continue discussion?
no, I think we're ready to vote.
District 1, Teresa Vargas Wyatt. No. No. Jordan Gowie. No. Dwayne Robinson. Abstain. Deborah Frost. Abstain. I will say we have 20 members present and voting, so we need 11. Lisa Marie dropped off the line. Cam, you want to double check that?
11 for the motion to pass, is that correct?
She dropped off the line? Lisa Marie's no longer on the line.
9 to 7. Okay. Good.
19, so we need, okay, I did not notice that. Do we, correct. So we have 19 present and voting, we need 10. Okay, Rebecca Vigran? No. No. Frank Garza? No. Eloy Lecue? Yes. Miguel Sepulveda? Abstain. Vilma Benya? Yes. Amy Casterly? Yes. Yes. Johnny Banyan?
Yes.
Yes. Luis Gomez by proxy?
Yes.
Yes. Lisa Marie Gomez? Oh, no, here, I'm the one that said that. Laura Garza? Nay. Nay. John Kelly?
No.
No. Larry Lamborn?
No.
No. Carlton Stoltz?
No.
No. Shelley Potter? Abstain. Abstain. Bonnie Prosser Elder?
Abstain.
Abstain. Dr. Rogelio Sines?
Yes.
Yes. Six, 8, and 5. Motion fails. There are 6 yeas, 8 nays, and 5 abstentions, so we did not reach that 10.
I'd like to make a motion. 2043 and 6, 2051 in 5, and 1001 in 1.
He's just moving 2043 to 6 and 2051 back to 5?
And 1001
Stays.
to 1, to see if we get around 100.
Do we have a second, since we have a motion on the floor, then I'd like to make a motion.
Is there a
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, we'll have discussion. Yes,
Is that, I know there's the dividing line of the highway, but the continuity, the contiguity there of 2051 on its own there on that side, that's just a question, but legally, is that okay for being there?
It's contiguous. For sure.
That's just a question, and then, Sharon, I have a question for you all, how many more of these are we going to be doing for the remainder?
How about a motion to adjourn?
let me say a couple of things. One, we bring things to the table, if there are outside comments, it would please be best to allow this committee to do their work. We will, do this as the committee raises issues, to be fair to all of the representatives in the committee. I would hope that the process that has occurred, where representatives have worked with each other across the table to resolve issues, can hold true. Otherwise, we're starting from the beginning. We have been working on this for a number of months. And we have been in these meetings, separate meetings with committee members to try to work this out. And so where we are today is 8:52. I'm free, I don't have children at home. But when we're doing this, we could have another meeting and have it more thoughtfully reviewed, or we can stay here and try to work it through, understanding that you all have been here since 6 o'clock. And sitting from where I'm sitting, I see, furrowed brows and, come on, some of us are tired. But I just put that out there as an opportunity to back up, add a little more time to this process. Like, you're already in for days and hours. So it would be hopefully one more meeting. Yes, Ms. Potter.
I have no motion on the floor. Once that motion is disposed of, I am going to make a motion that we have another meeting. And I'm going to abstain like I did on the last motion from any other motions, because I'm not going to just jump up and say yes or no, discuss it, that I haven't had a chance to look at and think through.
So there's a motion and a second. And we've had discussion, there will be a restatement of the motion prior to a vote.
And are these the numbers?
Yes, yes, these are the numbers, it's a balanced map.
Previously, what was 1 in 8%? With 1,001 and 2051, starting 5.
Yes, the previous, yeah. And you see it's now 9.58.
5.8 and then 1 is 5.7.
Right, well, yes, those are they're above 5, but their population is, we're still within the deviation. The right-hand corner gives you the, yes, the 9.5, the 9.58.
Oh, wait. It was 1,000 on the third. 5. Thank you. There's no way I got that right on the first try. Who made the motion? It was, it's Amy who made it, and Miguel seconded.
No, don't make it.
Miguel, yes, you're right. Okay. Restating? Okay, the motion on the table is to revise the final proposed plan by moving voter tabulation district 2043, currently divided partially into District 5, fully into District 6, and voter tabulation district 2051, from District 1 back into District 5. The motion was made by Miguel Sepulveda, seconded by Amy Castelli. Trying to assess how many people we have in the room. 18 in the room? 10 to pass? Okay. Teresa is not in the room, so that's Jordan Gowie.
I'm revised, she's not getting too far.
Okay, well then we need her back. Nay. We'll go back to her. Dwayne Robinson.
Yes.
Yay. Deborah Frost.
Abstain.
Abstain. Rebecca Pedron.
No.
Nay. Frank Garza.
No.
Nay. Eloy LeCue.
No.
Nay. Miguel Sepulveda.
Yes.
Yay. Selma Peña. Selma Peña, yes. Amy Castelli?
Yes.
Yes. Johnny Banyas?
Yes.
Yes. Luis Gomez by proxy?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, yes. Lisa Ray's not on. Laura Garza?
Nay.
Nay. John Kelly?
No.
Nay. Larry Lamborn?
No.
Nay. Carlton Soul?
Nay.
Nay. Shelley Potter?
Abstain.
Abstain. Bonnie Prosper Elder?
Abstain.
Abstain. Dr. Rogelio Sines?
Yes.
Yay. Okay. Motion fails. We have 7 yeas, 8 nays, and 3 abstentions.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we have one additional meeting between now and presentation to council.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Robinson. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we have any discussion? Yes, Mr. Cole.
So in all this confusion, I want clarification. We voted on a final map, and is that vote still, are we still at that final map, or do we have changes? I lost track.
We have a final map.
We have a final map. And we appears to resolve most of the issues tonight, so, I think we've got a map and we send it forward. But although on this motion, but I'm not gonna support another meeting, we're at to find a map and we all voted on it.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I concur with what my colleague Carlton Souls has said. We have voted several times on a final map. If it's not final, what is it?
So, it's a draft final that has gone out to the community previously, when we had our first draft final. We came to this meeting tonight, and we made a change to that, because we're having these meetings for community input to hear from the citizens about the maps that have been put out. And so when we have these meetings and we have citizens come speak, we consider what they are saying to this committee, and then we consider what they say and make changes or opt not to make changes. Otherwise, the community input process has no value.
So, Madam Chair, I'm talking to the city attorney. He's recommending we have it by Sunday logistically because of the meeting with the city is that.
That was better to post the map before they vote.
Yeah, so we got to post it before the vote. So he would like to have it by Sunday, just so you're aware.
I see that District One's clever technique of waiting till the last meeting to try to cut out the community input from District 1 is about to work. And from District 5. And I can't understand why the members of this committee would do this. But obviously, if the vote is to vote for all the northern districts and all the District 1 and not for the people of color, then guess what? The people of color lose. And so my community won't have an opportunity to address the committee unless we have another meeting. And I'm very disappointed. I love San Antonio. I've seen this happen too many times.
Thank you, Amy. So I think there's a motion on the floor to have an additional meeting. It's a second, we have received a second.
Correct.
I would say, as I said before, I would support having another meeting to keep our process in place. We did have a change today that impacted the community. That community would not have had a chance to be heard. And so I would support an additional meeting, but it is the will of this committee to have that meeting. That meeting would need to occur before Sunday.
No later than Sunday.
No later than Sunday, to meet the June 16th.
They have to post the agenda and post the...
Yes, Mr. Garcia.
If we are to have a meeting by Sunday, then we would have to post
this meeting
tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, I don't want to disagree with our various colleagues. The only thing that must be posted 70 hours in advance is the caption as the agenda. If we still, I strongly believe that if we meet early next week and vote on that and have more discussion and make changes, that the council will be able, because I don't believe we're going to be changing all the lines all over again. But we're looking at a very small precinct. So I tend to disagree that we have to have a map before Sunday. I believe we can meet after that, but that's just my opinion. That as long as it's there before the council votes on the 16th, but before the council considers, because council will hear a lot from the public with regards to this map. And they will have every right to send it right back to this committee and say, there are things you need to change. So, again, I just don't believe that we have to have a map final draft map by Sunday, as long as council has a final draft map in their hands to consider on Thursday. This is my opinion.
I hear you. However, I would defer to the city attorney and his staff to provide guidance on that.
Well, Frank, you're right, but the issue becomes then, the council usually wants to see and have time to evaluate and analyze what they're gonna vote on. So if I give them a map Wednesday afternoon, they're not gonna like that. And so that's why when I post on Sunday, I would prefer to have a map. That's where it's coming from.
Because they will be asked to vote the map up or down. And so all we're doing is shortening their period to look at the map that they will be asked to vote.
They're voting on the 16th for the map, we're not just making a presentation.
Right.
But no, they're voting.
Let me add that it will take a couple of days lead time to produce the final product. So as a practical matter, don't have a meeting over the weekend or at the latest on Monday. I think we would be pushed to produce a final product even by the morning of Thursday the 16th.
Process question?
Yes.
So the council vote is up or down on the map that we present to them.
Yes.
And if they vote yes on it, then go forward. If they were to vote no on it, then what happens?
They would also have to decide, I would assume, on whether to keep us going or if they want to do it themselves. Well,
The way it's set up, to answer that question, the way it's set up, it would come back to this committee.
We'll have another meeting. Or a series.
Thank you.
I see hands in the back of the room.
So if we have another meeting, I just want to know what is the purpose, because, I mean, is anything and everything fair game? Can we go back and we can open up any discussions we want about any precincts, any changes? Because then we'll need another meeting after that so that we can have people that didn't have a chance to come talk about the changes that will be proposed at the next meeting, come to the following meeting. Because, I mean, we could open this thing up and go for the next 6 months. So I'm just trying to get clarification on what exactly we're going to do in the next meeting.
We could, I think, and I'll speak out loud and someone can spank my hand if they would like to. We could call a meeting for this specific item and limit ourselves to this specific item. This committee is sitting here and we've looked at, talked about, we beat some horses to death. And so if we want to agree that we have agreed to everything, but because this issue has come up in this meeting, that we will have a meeting to address this matter, we could limit our discussion to that unless someone to my right, that also has a law degree tells me that would not be an appropriate, meeting on this matter. And they're shaking their heads. So, we could, for all practical purposes, say that we have settled all of this, call a meeting before Sunday, ideally, and address these issues between D1 and D5, and I guess D6 now. It would be limited to that.
So the clarification, it would be a one-item agenda, a one and only one-item agenda?
A public comment.
Public comment.
But in terms of what's on the table to discuss, we can do that. If this, you all have worked through a number of issues, some of them very painful. So if we want to say that all of those issues are resolved, but because this issue came up today, we want to take it to another meeting to give the citizens an opportunity and to give the members of the committee another opportunity to talk and to give members of this committee an opportunity to understand what they're voting on. We're calling out precinct numbers. I have a map with, the map is behind me. And so if we have an opportunity to do that, we can get that done at the next meeting. Yes, Mr. Garza?
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment that the meeting, the special meeting to be limited to the discussion of precincts 2051 and 1001 as to whether they should be in 5 or in 1.
There is a friendly amendment. I do not remember who made the original motion.
Shelley made the motion, Dwayne made the second.
Okay, is that acceptable?
I'm just looking at what else was off the table today, because I got confused on my way.
Let me also add 2050, this is based on the discussion, 2051 to 1001 from whether it should be in District 1, District 5, and then 2043, whether it should be in District 5 or District 6.
Okay, that's, I just said that. And then you may think that was right.
Yes. Yes.
So we have a motion and a second, on the floor that's been revised by Mr. Garza to have a limited meeting for the purposes of revisiting the 3 districts that were just mentioned.
3 precincts. 3 precincts and the 3 districts, yes.
And is there discussion?
I have a question. So,
Yes.
to be clear, that friendly amendment to that motion would only entertain that discussion and no additional motion for other people. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
To limit the scope of the next meeting to that, and that's it.
To the extent that there were concerns about this whole process falling off of the edge of the table, it would manage that. We would have a meeting specifically for that purpose. Those purposes, yes. Okay, we have a motion and a second, it's been revised by Mr. Garza. Do we have any other discussion?
They accepted the, okay.
Yes. Okay. Any discussion? So we'll have a vote. Now, this does presume that city staff is going to be calling you about your calendar, and we will need a quorum at this meeting to make this happen. So I'm in, but
Happy Saturday.
yes.
Great morning.
So, putting that out there for the group. Okay. So roll call vote.
Motion to schedule another redistricting advisory committee to with limited scope exclusive to voter tabulation districts 2051, 1001, and 2043, impacting districts 1, 5, and 6. To be held no later than Sunday, June, what is Sunday? To be held no later than Sunday, June 12th. Okay. This was, okay, we have 17 members voting and present, and then, so we need 9 to pass. Okay. It's not here. Jordan Gowie? Same. Dwayne Robinson? Yes. Deborah Frost?
Yes.
Yes. Rebecca Villagrán? Same. Frank Garza?
Yes.
Yes. Eloy LeCue?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Miguel Sepulveda?
Yes.
Okay, we have 18.
Okay.
Selma Peña?
Yes.
Selma Peña? Yes. Yes. Amy Casterly?
Yes.
Yes. John Ibanez? Not here. Luis Gomez by proxy? Yes. Not on. Laura Garza?
Yes.
Yes. John Kelly?
Yes.
Yes. Larry Lamborn? Abstain. Holden Zoll?
Yes.
Yes. Going back to Teresa Vargas Wyatt, he abstained. Okay, Shelley Potter? Yes. Bonnie Prosser Elder?
Yes.
Yes. Dr. Rogelio Sines?
Yes.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Motion passes 14 yeas, 1 nay, 3 abstentions.
Madam Chair, the administrative point, can we poll the members just to find a day that's most propitious, like we know that this is a day that's the vast majority of us can time alone.
Yeah, while I would love to be based solely on us, those map people over there, we're gonna need to have them.
Secondary to our colleagues.
Yeah.
And also the Open Meetings Act, which means we can't meet tomorrow or Thursday.
Yeah, I mean.
Or even Friday.
Technically Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, it's Saturday or Sunday, yeah. I mean, we have.
I do like Saturday. I got it.
That's basically Saturday.
Saturday or Sunday.
I can say Saturday morning.
Sherry,
Well,
Saturday,
we need to
Sunday?
know from Sherry and Sid, because we're not drawing any sort of maps without them in attendance. Saturday?
Sunday? Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday. They look like they
Saturday.
hated the Sunday idea. Okay. Saturday, time on Saturday, because they're traveling.
What time?
Traveling.
The earliest possible? 2 p.m. on Saturday? Okay. 2 p.m. on Saturday.
Everyone?
2 p.m. on Saturday. Location to be determined based on availability and internet.
Shelley's out of town.
You call in.
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
I'm gonna be doing a training session on Sunday, but I'll do my colleagues.
Okay, so I do want to say that we're having this meeting on Saturday, and while everybody on the committee may not be able to make it because it wasn't scheduled, it would be preferred, expected, that everyone would make a valiant effort to be there, so we will have a quorum and we will be able to take action on this, and we should expect that we will hear from communities of interest about this. And it may likely be in this one.
Motion to adjourn, anybody?
We haven't actually done that?
Motion to adjourn, although we're gonna lose our staff, so it's going to be adjourned by de facto.
I think you probably will need to.
Saturday too.
Yes, sir.